But we're doing some critique and Paintover stuff for some patrons who have submitted some stuff. So hopefully it will be helpful, not to just people who have submitted their work, but also to you guys who maybe didn't get to submit your stuff. You will hopefully still be able to take something from this. I do want to preface this by saying that I don't know everything. Anything I say should be taken with a grain of salt. All I do and say is just based on my own experience, and I just am doing my best, and I will try and be helpful. So the first submission we have is Sqishy's. And I think, so something that, this is weird, I'm used to just like reading chat, but I'm going to try and talk about it as I go, okay? And try and like focus a little bit on this. So let me pull out both of these so that we can see them. So I think that we will start with, I think I'll start with the Zelda one actually. So this is actually quite, I'm actually really impressed by the perspective of this. This is a really difficult angle looking down at someone like rock climbing. So this is actually pretty cool. I think that I would assume that they had reference, that you had some reference for the pose. But there are a couple things I'm noticing that are a little bit off that could have been probably easily solved with just like a little bit more reference. So let's just start doing a little bit of Paintover. So like this hand, for example, it looks a little bit broken. So actually, I'm just gonna pull up, like, see if I can find a little bit of reference for this. Rock climber pose from above. Actually, I think that if I like search for a little while, I could find some easy reference for this, but we'll just go based on what we know. So these fingers actually look okay, but it's this finger that I think you just kind of need to show the knuckle. And then this finger also looks a little bit strangely bent. And I think it's because they were trying to get the bend here, but they ended up bending it inwards a little bit. So something else I was thinking for the shading for this piece, it could be that they're trying to go for kind of the style of the game. But I think that the shadows could actually be really helped by being a little bit more liberal with them, actually. So I am going to... So I think that the shading is coming from over here. So really finding... even using a soft brush and just being a little bit more dramatic and making the shadows a little bit bigger can help. Boom, boom, bam, bam, bam. How do I apply for a critique? The critiques are for the Patreon patrons for $10 plus patrons. Wow, I can't form a sentence. Yes. And then they have access to the critique channel in Discord. Hello, how's everyone doing today? Hello, Kieran. I am here. Hello, Sqishy. So good to see you here. So yes, I was just saying that I think that being a little bit more brave, I guess, I'm trying to think, yeah, liberal or brave with your shadows could help you out quite a bit. Because right now it's, she is a little bit flat. And I think that's basically just because the shadows are very, very light. So you just gotta commit. Although I know that maybe, I don't know if maybe you were trying to go for like the same style as the game. I could see that because she actually does look like she kind of matches that sort of flat Breath of the Wild style. And then paying a little bit more attention to the folds in the clothing. So you have some folds going on here, which is good, but they do feel a little bit stiff. So if you think about where like clothing folds, her elbow is a little bit bent here. So I would usually put some kind of fold right here, even if it's just, actually I'm just gonna merge these. Right now I'm working on a couple layers, but I think I'm just gonna paint like right on top of, I'm just gonna paint on top of it all. Maybe that's a bad idea, we'll see. And then also these lines, is it because her costume actually has a hard vest right here, or are these folds? I'm just gonna treat them as folds for now, and maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. Okay. And then I know that like sometimes like your foot kind of splays out kind of strangely when you're rock climbing. So this could actually be right down her foot like angling out like this. That might be actually correct, but it feels a little bit broken. So what I would probably want to do is actually pull her knee out a little bit more so that her hips are kind of opened up. And I'm just gonna use the lasso for this actually. Just so that it looks a little bit more natural. You might actually be totally correct, but it's just when it comes to artwork, sometimes the correct, like the totally anatomically correct thing doesn't always like feel the nicest. And in the end, what's the most important is what looks the best, in my opinion anyway. So I would probably pull that leg out a little bit just so that it looks a little bit more natural. I love bold shadows. Bold shadows are super nice. Bend the reality to make it look better. Yeah, exactly. Hello, Shy. Hello, hello. They're supposed to be folds. Okay. Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. Okay. So yeah, I would also just continue darkening up your shadows. Maybe what you could even do, just to speed up the process, is use a level corrections to increase the curves a little bit. And I know that that makes her look super duper yellow, but we can fix that too. There we go. Just to add a little bit more contrast. And then this shoulder, since it's reaching up, I would actually think that this shoulder, you would see it a little bit more coming out over here. If it's reaching up like this, and actually So the cool thing about her outfit is that you can use these cuffs and stuff to help show the perspective. So this cuff, I would make it follow these cylinders actually, so that you can really see the perspective that's happening. They can like help you a lot. So yeah, I think that this shoulder maybe should come down and out a little bit. I've been working a lot on some mental health stuff lately, and I'm feeling super raw at the moment, so I think I'll yes. Oh, long time no see. I see the disc. Yeah. I wasn't here last week. Just join the Discord. Why can't I see all the channels? Yeah, the Discord is mostly down right now. Of course, it'll end up being soon. If you scroll up to the announcements, there's a few details about it. Yeah. Yup. Exactly. I had a hard time on the transition from the arm to the wrist perspective-wise. Yeah, this is a really hard pose. This is a super hard pose. I think, you know what? I know I was gonna say, oh, it'll take too much time, but I think it is worth it to just like look up reference of rock climber pose from above, and let's see if we can find something. I thought I had something up earlier when I was like looking at this, because I was like, oh man, this is a really hard one. But like, good on you for taking on this challenge, because this is a freaking hard pose to do. Let's see. Let's see here. Okay. So something that I am seeing with some of these that you could maybe do. Wow, why is it so hard to find a pose for this? Actually. Okay, well this is the closest that I'm seeing. So I'm gonna pull it up. Okay. It's not exactly right. And then it's not exactly the same, but it gives us an idea. Perspective is always hard, especially with the human body. Yes. Okay, so yeah, this is a tough one, man. So I think that it would be really helpful to use this wrist bracelet thingy to really show, and sorry, I'm super messy when I'm trying to like do a paint over and figure out what's going on. Yeah, I feel like part of the issue is perhaps that her arm feels super long. Like, so I think maybe what you need to do is if you're reaching forward, your shoulder's gonna come forward. And that might actually feel a little bit better. Yeah. I sent a link to the Google photo in Discord. Oh, okay. To be fair, she's an elf. True. Hand and wrist need to be larger, force the perspective a bit more. Yeah, I think so. Honestly, for a pose like this, if it were me and if this were my piece, for this difficult of a pose, I would either find or take exact pose reference and follow it exactly. That would be honestly my biggest tip for just the pose and the perspective of this in general. Because it's such a tricky and challenging pose, and most of us will have a really hard time figuring this out on our own. I would definitely find or take reference that's like exactly, and like follow it almost exactly. That would be my biggest tip for this piece in particular. Wait, was I drawing on the wrong layer? No, I wasn't. Agreed. Yeah. The Meggles art! Oh my gosh, what you doing in here? So good to see you. Hydrate. In the private message. Oh wait, let me see what you sent. Let me see what you sent. Oh yeah, this is pretty good reference. She's a little bit closer to the wall actually too, which may or may not be what you were going for with this piece. Saw you were live, so I had to say hi. It's so good to see you. Hey, how's it going? Hello, Dragon Eagle. Hello. We're doing some critiques today. Stretch your wrists. Oh, here's some more. Kimmy sent some more reference as well. Yeah, these are good references. Yeah. So, I think that I'm not gonna correct the anatomy exactly for your piece, because that will, honestly, it would take me a long time to figure it all out. But I think that definitely it would make it way easier if you just like, I already told you what I would do. I would copy a pose exactly. Spider-Man climbing. And you can take a lot of artisans' essence with this kind of art force, pose, and perspective. That's true. If you look at like a lot of anime stuff. Good evening, Chris on the stream. Hello, Wonder Sheep. Hello. But something that I wanted to touch on besides just like the anatomy stuff, and I think I wanted to mention this with your other piece actually, because I think it was really, I think I can help you with this. So, this piece is interesting. Something that I noticed is you're pretty reliant on line art, which is totally awesome and fine. But with line art, you guys, it looks like, I'm not sure if you're using pen sensitivity or if you're like drawing with maybe a mouse or something. But if you use a brush that has a little bit of pressure sensitivity, I think it might give you a little bit more line variation, which would help you out. And then also all of these lines that are on the outside, actually, maybe I should use a smoother pen to match your style, that are on the outside. Think about line weight and making like the lines that are on the outside thicker if you are relying on line art. And it will just add a little bit more weight to your piece. So making your lines not all the same consistency, but just adding that variation can add a lot of like interest. Oops. I think I'll lurk a little, have a study for tomorrow. Okay, Dragon Equal, happy lurking, happy lurking. Happy lurking. So, yeah, the first thing I'm doing, it's pretty simple. It's just literally making the outlines thicker. And that will automatically add a little bit more variation. Your line art is so clean, it's actually insane. Like, I don't think I could ever get line art as clean as you were able to get it. It's actually amazing. And then once you have that, you can also go in and start, like, just think about areas where lines intersect, and you can thicken up that area a little bit. And then other parts of the lines are thinner. Overlapping lines can be a little bit thicker. So like this is on, oh, what? Aw, Neno, thank you so much for gifting that sub. Thank you, thank you. Back on my computer. Thank you. BRB. Okay, Neko. Adelart, thanks so much for subscribing with your Prime. I really appreciate it. Maybe not using a black line as well. Darker shades, put primary colors, help maintain the vibrancy. As you have such vibrant colors, of course, unless you're going for a stained glass look. Yeah, that's true. That's kind of a stylistic choice. In my work, I pretty much never use black lines, but that, you know, if you're going for more like a comic book style, black lines are kind of standard. But yeah, that's kind of an artistic choice, and it's definitely something I think you should play with, like if you want to make the lines a lighter color. But something else that I wanted to mention with this piece, sorry, just automatically giving this person eyelashes, which maybe you don't want, I don't know. But something else with this piece was you can still keep the cell shaded look if you want, but I noticed again with your shadows, they're like really, really thin, and basically it just looks to me like maybe you're a little bit hesitant with your shadows, which I totally understand. But I think that, okay, you have the light coming from over here, so really like go ahead and lean into that. If the light's coming from over there, just like put everything over here in shadow. Or not everything, it doesn't have to all be in shadow, but there should be definitely more shadows, because right now your shadows look a little bit like a secondary line art rather than shadows because they're so thin. Yeah. And then because the light is coming from over here, if this is overlapping, actually I don't think this would really have a shadow, because think about it, that looks like a cast shadow, but if the light's coming from the this way, then there wouldn't be a shadow right there. Weird. But maybe there would be a shadow here. There would be more shadow here. And then yellow. the yellow would have a shadow as well, right here. And then the face would also have shadows, more shadows than you have going on. So there are usually shadows that happen under the eyebrows, under the nose. And also, since they have a pretty, like, decently sized nose, there would be a shadow on this side of the face. Like such. Oops. And then even with the hair, actually, since the shadow or the light's coming from over there, there would be also shadow on this side of the hair. Put the shadow thick. I feel like a student watching me like this. Oh, I hope I'm doing okay. I don't usually do critiques live. It's actually, I'm a little bit nervous about it, you guys. I imagine I'm gonna say a bunch of stupid shit, but I'm trying to help out. I'll try and help, and yeah, I don't know if everything I say will be helpful. And then the, usually with under the chin, I know that you kind of have like, oh my gosh, one like cell shaded kind of shadow going on here, but in places that would be especially dark, like maybe under the chin, I like to go a little bit with a little bit of a darker shadow actually. And maybe even back here a little bit. And then again, the shadow is coming from the left, so the fingers would actually have a little bit of shadow on this side as well. Yeah. Fingers, shadow, and then under the wrist. Krinta, hello, hello. Krissa, would it be possible to submit something, or are you full? I think I'm probably full for today. But if it's something that, if this is a stream and like something that you guys want to do again in the future, we can try and schedule it if people are like into this. I don't know if people will actually be into critique streams, but I thought that since we reached 300 patrons last month and this month, that we would do, it would be kind of an extra little thing that we try out. You're doing great. Very good tips. Thanks. Chat is so quiet. We're all intently taking notes. Okay. Don't be afraid of shadow. Lean into it. Yes, exactly. Exactly. I'm finding this mega useful. I didn't realize you didn't normally do it. No, I don't normally do it. It's, I'm glad that you are finding it useful. Yeah, it's a new thing. I don't know. It's something I thought I would at least give a try. I get all nervous about it though. Maybe it's just because I haven't done it before though. Very serious and educational stream today. Very serious. All the serious. see. Okay. And oh my goodness, actually, so this mirror, I think it's a mirror or whatever it is, this frame or this mirror. Oh wait, is it a palette? Aw, that's so cute. But it would be casting a shadow too. So again, the shadow is coming from the top left. So actually all of this would be in shadow as well, if you think that about this frame that would be casting a shadow. Sorry, I am so messy. I draw so messy, you guys. Yeah. Yes. Actually, there's a lot more in shadow than you would usually think, huh? I totally understand the fear of putting stuff in shadow because you think like, oh, but all my hard work, all of those details will be missed because it's in shadow. At least this is how I think sometimes. But actually you can get a lot more interesting lighting scenarios. When stuff is in, when you just lean into the bold shadows, and it's more accurate as well. Something you might want to try out, although I know this piece is very like cell shaded and maybe that's the style you want to do, but if you are wanting to kind of move in a more painterly direction, you might want to play with softening some of your shadows. So making a distinction between like form shadows that are softer and then cast shadows which are harder. But I know that maybe you are trying to go for like a cell shaded look. So maybe that's not what you're wanting. But I will just do that a little bit to kind of show you what I'm talking about. Especially it's helpful with, yeah, anything that's rounded, anything that's soft, like the clothing. Having a little bit of like form can help. Let's zoom out. Yeah. What time is it? So maybe that makes sense, hopefully. Also more shadows down here on the feet. Cast from the skirt. It's super nerve-wracking on this end too, but really helpful. Okay, no, I think that anyone, okay, look, if you are brave enough to submit your stuff for critique, like, that's amazing, and it helps you, seriously. I wish that I had been and would be more brave to submit my stuff for like Paintover critique, because I think it's a really, really good way to improve and learn. So anyone who's like, who does that and who is open to doing that is really brave, and like hats off to you. Seriously. Critiques are so difficult since what people are aiming for is different, but you're doing such great advice. Good. I'm glad. Yes, please. I love your normal streams too, but yes, I'd love to see these again. Okay. I like it. It's great to see other people's work and improvement. Critique stream, critiquing the critique stream. I don't know if I'm brave enough. Flip the canvas. He's painting. I'm also impressed with people who submitted stuff. I delayed again and again because I was nervous. Hello, a bit late, but I made it. Hey, T, so good that you're here. I've experimented with shadows lately. Did this thing where my entire picture was in shadow and drew it, just lit the side, and it turns out really cool. Yeah, that's a good way to do it actually. I've done that a few times before as well. Just like put it all in shadow and see how it goes. Okay. What tool do you use to soften the shadows? I am in Clip Studio Paint and I use the watercolor brush, and it kind of smudges stuff around. It's a really easy way to do that. Okay. I've gotten over the nerves. Feel free to tear me apart when it's my turn. Oh my gosh. All right. So hopefully that gives you a few things to work on, Sqishy. Basically, if you're doing a really tough pose with like this, definitely I recommend getting some really good reference and like literally copying exactly what you see. And then I think that for your shadows, be a lot more bold with your shadows. And those are, I don't want to do a full paint over and like give too much, because I feel like that's enough for you to work on right now. I mean, shading is a freaking beast, right? But I think that will take you pretty far actually. Plus, I don't know if we're gonna get through them all if I continue at such a slow pace. Yeah, that was really helpful. Thank you. You're welcome. And I will, after stream, I'll like save all of these out and send them to you if that is helpful. Okay, the next one. Chris, I found my smudge tool in Clip Studio. I don't need Photoshop at all anymore. To the trash with it. That's amazing. No more Photoshop. Okay, so the next one is Neko's. I think she had to step away, but I wonder if I should wait until she's back. Should I wait until she's back before doing this one maybe? Yeah, I think so. I'll switch the order around. Okay. Jayne, are you here? Maybe we can move on to Jayne. I know she was in here earlier. She did say she was gonna come back. Okay. All right. We'll just switch the order around a little bit. Jayne, this is super cool. So the first thing that stands out to me with this one is you're around. Yay. Hello. It's all really dark. So let's do layer. Layer, correction layer. Oh my gosh, there are explosions outside my house. Awesome. So if you, whoops, wow, that's really cool actually. Did not mean to do that though. Okay. So this is, I know we've talked about it before. This is a good way to check. And actually, when you turn it to black and white, it looks a lot more like there's a lot more contrast than I'm seeing in color, which is kind of weird. That's not usually how it is. So, like, I think that your tones are actually correct, but when you go into the colors, it loses it a little bit, which is interesting. That's not usually what happens to me. Usually when I go into colors, it gets really like, I don't know, too much. We need to make Clip Studio the default software, right? Okay. So, I think... So interesting. I think that what will help you with this piece probably the most is adding more brights to this piece. That's exactly where I struggled. I did try desaturating this one. Yeah. I can see that like it works really well in black and white actually. I think what will help out with this piece is, yeah, adding more bright colors to it, just to like make it pop. So let's try an overlay layer. And this blue magic. Oh yeah, you mentioned that the magic So if you're wanting to emphasize the magic, I think that you can make the magic more bold in like how much light it casts. So let's first of all just make it a little bit stronger, right? And then actually think about it as a light source. So it would be casting some light on her boobs and on the side of her, everywhere that's kind of close to it, I think can help. And her hands, of course, since they're like right next to it. Boobs. And her dress, just anything that the magic might be strong enough to touch with its magical light. Even like up here in the fur. And the hair. Like maybe this is a bit too much, but it depends on how much you want to emphasize the magic. Like how far would it reach? I think it makes it really interesting if you make it like a fairly strong light though. So already, like definitely it draws a lot more attention right there, which maybe that's what you want, maybe it's not. And then because this is such like a pretty blue magic, I would maybe think about reflecting it up into the eyes a little bit, just to like pull in or draw in kind of similar colors, even if it's just a little. Yeah. Maybe the blue works up here, maybe it doesn't really. But I think it is kind of a nice contrast to the red you have going on. I'm in the spicy guild for the boobs. So magical. Don't we all? Oh yeah, I think that does help, gives more color variation. True. Yeah, I think that, yeah, it helps with like the contrast in the actual hues. Hi Krissa, what do you recommend for practicing faces and heads? I think that, I mean, the obvious answer would be to just look at photos. Look at photos and do like photo studies. Although I know not every, I don't know, it's pretty fun to do like portrait studies. Obviously looking at diagrams of like proportions of the head and face helps a lot if you at least know the basics of it. And then, you know, I think that that's the best way to go about it, is like portrait studies from various angles. Now I'm going crazy with the blue now. Going crazy with the blue. You might not want it this way, but I don't know if you want so much blue. Okay, and so that's one way to start about it. I think that also you probably want a little bit more attention in her face. At least that's usually where people want some more attention. So again, I would try to probably brighten up some places of her face. So maybe again, I'm just gonna try it with an overlay and see how it goes. So in these areas that you have I would brighten up some areas. Which maybe, yeah, I think it adds a little bit. I don't know if that's quite the right like place or color, but it at least adds a little bit of like brightness. Something else that I'll sometimes do if I realize that the face is kind of like looking really dark and my eye is being drawn somewhere else is I will literally just take like a soft brush and seriously, I'm having issues with my freaking color palette not pulling up. And I will like go over the face with a soft brush, and then I will switch the layer mode to something like overlay and then take the opacity down just to like, you know, so you can see it just brings a little bit of like brightness and separates the face from the neck a little bit. And that's like really purple. So maybe we don't want it that purple, but you know, and you can always erase from locations that you definitely want to be darker. So like any ambient occlusion areas. And then maybe now that I have that, I don't really need this bright purple. Yeah, something like that. It's a really nice trick. Yeah, it's something that, I mean, that's why it's always important to be looking at your like really small navigator and just notice where is my eye drawn to. And if I'm like overlooking the face, then maybe I need to brighten it up a little bit or add more contrast there. Because your eye will almost always be drawn to the place that's the brightest in your piece. It's just kind of how we work. And then, yeah, oops. I think I accidentally switched to Swedish. Nope. Sometimes my shortcuts get a little bit messed up when I accidentally switch to Swedish. Oh, okay, something interesting that's happening here that I think I've definitely done this before. So you have this line going down the neck, like it's rim lighted, but her hair is right here. But I don't know where that light would be coming from. And I know you're just trying to define the neck, but I think you probably need to not have that highlight or that rim light. Just because it doesn't make tons of sense. It doesn't make much sense. Yeah. Just saw her ear horn jewelry. Love it. I know, it's so cool, right? Kimmy, don't be so rude. Kimmy, no. I'm not skipping anyone. Oh my gosh. Kimmy, no. Said it was too good. Oh my gosh. On a serious note, she's gonna wait till you. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh, can't unsee. So yeah, sometimes something small like that will, like, you know, you don't realize it until someone's like, oh, wait a minute. Hey, what about this? And then you're like, oh, how could I make that mistake? Yeah, totally. I've totally done stuff like that before. I was like, wait, no. Troll. She's really beautiful. Love the clothes. Yeah, they're so cool, right? The textures you have going on in this outfit are amazing, actually. Super, super cool. Yes, love it. Something else that that you might want to consider. So since this character has darker skin, I mean, you've probably already looked, but you might want to look at how reflective darker skin is. Because you think, you know, you kind of have a little bit of the opposite problem of the last piece. The last piece, it was all very light and the shadows weren't very bold. In this piece, you've kept it all quite dark. So you might want to look at how darker skin actually reflects. And so the highlights on darker skin are actually pretty big and bold, and it's pretty cool. And so that might be like a good reference for you. Because it's potential that you could get away with like some really big highlights for this character on her skin. While still keeping it like, while still making sure her skin still looks dark, you know? Just because darker skin is nice and reflective. Yeah. She's a super cool character. Thank you, that's really helpful. I really struggle with the sort of post-processing aspect for this one. Yeah, and I feel like that's really all that this one needs is a little bit of like the post-processing. So being a little bit more bold, take the raw straws spirit, pull out your raw straws spirit, open something like a glow dodge, and like go ham and see how it looks. Just pull out that raw straw spirit. Maybe she has a little bit of glow coming from her eyes. I don't know. Just make the colors like pop a little bit more, especially around her since she's a little bit backlit. Yeah. Glow dodge. Too much wholesomeness happening. Can confirm light reflects off of my skin pretty boldly. Go ham. Someone clip this. The magic of color dodge. True. A little color dodge goes a long way. It really does. It really does. Thinking back to the face question, doing studies of skulls is a good idea. To understand anatomy and proportion to understand the form raised in prominent areas of the face. Oh, true. Also very metal. Yes. How do you pick a color for the color dodge? So for glow dodge, I usually choose actually not a bright color. Oh my gosh. Not a bright color. I typically go with like a saturated, so this color I use for the glow dodge on like the orangey pinkish glow dodge, I actually chose like a color like this. I don't go like this, otherwise it will just be like blown out pink. I go for a little bit more like a little darker and a little more saturated. That's typically what I try out. If it doesn't work out, it's easy to change. You just go to edit, tonal correction, hue saturation, and then you can play with it and see what works. You wished. Go ham out of context. Good, great, great. Woo. Oh, good content. So magical. Yeah. So, yes, I think that my biggest tip for you is to just be more bold with your highlights and also your colors. Especially at the end, like it can go a long way to just like pop in that glow. Especially when it's magical like this, for sure. And then if you notice that your eye is being drawn somewhere else, yeah, just use a little bit of the, where did I put that? Yeah, something like this to just brighten up the areas you want people to actually pay attention to, where you want to lead the eye. Is the glow dodge same as color dodge? Is there a Procreate glow dodge? I think so. Yeah, I think so. In Clip Studio, it's not the same. Clip Studio has glow dodge and color dodge. Does anyone know the answer to this actually? There's good equivalents. Yeah. Give me a minute. It just has add. Add is a pretty good option actually. I would play with the add. Okay. So hopefully that was somewhat helpful, Jayne. I hope. Let me drink some water. And we'll go back to Neko's. It's okay to exaggerate in fantasy art. Bring the drama. Exactly, exactly. Exaggerate. There are like 2 or 3 layer types that can have the same effect, and the add is one that I'd personally go with. Yes, here we are. So this is amazing. There is a couple things, mainly with lighting, that I noticed with this one that hopefully it will be somewhat helpful for you. So the way that the shadows are mapped out right now in this OneEyedNeko it looks like the light source is coming from, it looks like the way they're mapped out right now, it actually looks like the light source is coming from like literally like right here in between them. It actually reminds me of a Disney poster I have seen before. The lighting was hard, too many places. Yeah, it's always a tough one when people are face to face like this. It's always finding the lighting is always pretty tricky. Okay, so I guess the first place I think we should go is picking a direction that the light is actually coming from rather than right between them. So whatever direction that is, maybe we could say that the light is coming from, I wanted the lighting to brighten between them, but then I was like, shit, this doesn't work everywhere. Yeah, this is a really hard one. It reminds me of, let me show you what this reminds me of, the lighting does. If I can find it. It reminds me of a Sleeping Beauty poster, actually, that I've seen before. Ah, yeah. Okay. So, it reminds me of this poster. You see how like the lighting is like right between their faces? So it's like not realistic, obviously, but like that's where they want the attention. But I think that that's a really difficult it's a really difficult thing to do that. So if I were gonna do it, I would choose a direction to make the main lighting source. So that's, I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna do that, and you can take or leave my advice. So I would choose, trying to decide, maybe from, that was my goal too, but then I realized it didn't work for everything by then. I was too late. Yeah, I totally get it. So I would think that maybe you want the most attention on her face. So maybe you would come from like up here. Like maybe we will keep the lighting how it is on her, and then we will just switch around his lighting. Yeah. So, which means of course that his face would be in the shadow, which is always tricky with these close face poses, because you always want to keep people's faces in the light. I know how it is. I want to do that too, all the time. I'm using a soft brush. Oh boy. Maybe I will use, actually, instead of just like painting directly on, maybe I'll try using multiply. Oh no, I need the advice. This is a very popular piece on my Instagram. Can't help but wish I knew how to fix it. I mean, I know it's hard when it's like you're mostly, or you are done with it. And so, like you don't want to actually go back and change it. But maybe for like future pieces. Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna put him like all in shadow, and we will erase. That will be easiest, I think. Okay. I mean, I guess basically you just need to like reverse it for the most part. Hello. Apparently I don't know what the hell I'm doing. What am I doing? Okay. It's gonna be a messy paint over. Okay, now that his face is a little bit more. Yeah. Okay. There we go. So, just basically switching it. And like, I think, like, it doesn't need to be super dramatic, actually. You could like soften it up a little bit and just bring it so that it's not, like, his whole face doesn't have to be totally in shadow. But yeah, it's tricky see. I'm trying to think about like cheekbones. This is hard. The struggle to overpaint the face and not hair. It is a bit of a struggle. Oh my gosh. Always the fear to put light on the character's face and dark. Yeah. Good versus evil. Lighting is always rough for me. I don't know why. I think it's because I struggle to imagine things in 3D space. Yeah, I mean, lighting in general is right. It is. No, it is. Actually, I think what I'll do, I think that what will help is no, why am I just typed in Netflix. Why did I type in Netflix? No. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Couple looking at each other? Okay. Yeah. Just so that I have a little bit of reference to look at. Netflix. I'm just gonna chill here and watch some Netflix with you guys. Is that fine? You don't get to see or hear the Netflix. I'll just do that on my own. It's just this turns into a react stream and you don't know what I'm reacting to. My art is stressful. Krista is tired and typed Netflix because all she had for fuel was potato. True. I know. Only potatoes. Poor me. Poor me. Only a potato for dinner. What the heck? I don't know. It wasn't a normal explosion that just happened outside. I don't know what it was. Poor me. A singular potato, yes. Because I'm all out of food. So starving. So starving. So poor. Yeah, okay. I think it doesn't look the best because I rushed, but I think that's probably a little bit more accurate. At least if you're trying to go with a lighting scenario that's like this and not like a lighting scenario that's both of their faces, like a light in between their faces. Okay. So along with the lighting situation on their faces, something else that I think you mentioned like their hair, right? if I'm remembering right. You mentioned like their hair and their armor. Yeah, the hair and the armor were other struggles. Yeah, so something that I noticed with the hair was like you have a really good texture going on with the hair, but also they're not really adhering to much lighting. Like even if there was a light like right between their faces, you would think that probably there would be like more like blocky shadow to define the roundness of like her bun and like underneath her hair and like back behind her head. So thinking of like these kind of, you know, these spherical shapes, I think would help. Hello, Krista. Great art. This is OneEyedNeko's art. We're doing some Paintover critique stuff today. Welcome in. You're doing quite good time-wise, like you're almost 4 pieces down in like around an hour. I mean, it's kind of a miracle, honestly. Yeah, it's, I guess like, maybe it's because I'm a little bit like stressed out and I'm nervous. And so I'm like trying to move quickly. And I also haven't been chatting as much. An hour, we just got started. Wait, really? I didn't sleep for a while. Well, we've been going for like an hour and a half. I was instinctively added shadings in areas where the hair bunched, but then I was like, okay, now what? Hey, thank you for the follow. Went to put dishes in the dishwasher, come back, and yeah, it looks awesome already. Hold up, how are you shading the top, let's see, on top of the hair without erasing details? I'm using a multiply layer. Yeah, it's just a multiply layer. So yeah, I think that like you're really good at finding like the texture and like the kind of smaller shadows. But just also think about the like larger shapes would be my recommendation. You're good at like micro shapes, but also remember the macro shapes. In all fairness, my art game has been off lately, so the struggle is more real than usual. No, this is a really good piece. These are just like small things that I noticed. Need to work on shapes in general. Okay. So yes, I think you probably get the idea with that at this point. For the armor, again, because like the shading was switched up a little bit, I think that your like the smoothness and the highlights in your armor are like pretty cool and good. I think that probably the shading confused you because of all of the light sources, which it would confuse me too. So obviously, if you were switching to a light source like I switched it to, you would need to adjust the shading. But other than that, with the armor, something that I like to keep in mind when I'm doing like metal, oops, is, sorry, let me finish this and then I will tell you. So metal reflects stuff. And so for me, one way that I really like to do kind of a simple reflective metal material is literally just to pick up the colors around it. Which, to be fair, this piece is like pretty earthy tones, so I think that you do have a lot of the colors from around it going on. Okay, we got it all, got most of it. But I think that you could probably push it even more. Not multiply. Let's do, I'm gonna try an overlay and see how it is. So just taking like a soft brush, picking up colors from stuff that you already have laid down. Do I want an overlay? Maybe I'll just do a normal layer. And like, so grabbing colors from like the wings. And her hair. And the brown, the wings, his skin. Oops, let's pick up more. Oops, more colors. Skin. The red, actually. I know you have it already a little bit, but I would pull it in even more, actually. Brown. And then the, probably some of even like the background it would be reflecting. So even though it's in the shadow, you could have some of this reflected light coming in from back here. $842 light sources. Oh my gosh. Which works for me because I don't exactly have other artists of equal or higher caliber to pick up on details I end up missing or not doing right. Give us all the colors. Reflection for shining armor. Boy, do make shiny armor is hard. I tried to add colors in the areas to it and don't think I did enough. That or it was too subtle. Yeah, so it's a little bit of a, it's kind of the same thing with like how it's kind of scary to put a character's face in the shadow. It is for me anyway. It's also kind of scary to like do too much color, too much this, too much that. So I totally understand that. Hello, what am I doing? Come on, erase. But something that I have slowly learned over the years is when you're like trying stuff out, sometimes it's good to go like overboard. And then if it's too much, you dial it back 50%. And then if it's still too much, another 50%, you know, because it's always, sometimes it's easier to go too far than to just like inch forward little by little. Yeah, I think you could really pop this red in even more. Especially on this, like, this piece of armor that's right here, like, overhanging. I feel like this would really, like, reflect a lot of this red right here. Because it's, like, so close. And it's, like, facing it. Oops, I'm on the multiply layer. Hello. This piece is excellent. I love it. It is a super, super nice piece. Do a sun salutation. I also need to work on my shading. I try and veer away from harsh cell shaded, and then I get scared and go back to what I know. Oh, yeah. Something, and maybe you've seen this, but something that I have found that really helps me kind of break shading, break my shading fears, I guess, when it comes to like dramatic, is literally making a multiply layer, filling it all in with a dark color. Seriously having issues. Or just any color. So, filling, yeah, filling it all. I'm just gonna color it. I'm just gonna color it. Let's go. So this is just an example. It might not be a good example. But this is how I sometimes try and break my shading hesitancy, is just like filling it all in. Like such. Actually, not like such. You would have the proper layers to do it in a nicer way. Not just me like scribbling over top everything. And then once it's all in the dark, I feel like I can be a little bit more liberal with my shading because like it's all in the dark already. And so all I have to do at this point to try and like is just experiment with erasing. So if I want to say there's like a shadow, say for some reason, I don't know, if the wing or something is casting a shadow and maybe only this part of them is actually in the light or something. And I know it's like super dramatic. And it doesn't always work. But it just lets me go a little bit more crazy with the lighting schemes. Even when a piece is pretty much already done, sometimes I can try this and see if I can make it even more interesting. Or sometimes when people do like the, you know, like the through a door slit or something. Or maybe even underlit. I don't know. Sometimes it's just something that's kind of fun to play with. To try stuff out without totally committing and yeah. I can try that. cool. I don't know. I don't know if I was very helpful with this piece. This is a really tricky one because of all of the lighting situations you had going on. But maybe it gave you some ideas, possibly. Yeah, just darken that. Hi, Neko. I slept on this one a little bit and couldn't stop thinking about it because I feel like I missed some stuff last night. So I opened it up this morning to do a little bit extra and see if there was a little bit of extra stuff that I could do in this Paintover to maybe help out a little bit more than I feel like I was able to last night. So other than the lighting, I feel like I kind of neglected some very like subtle proportion stuff that is going on in the head and face last night, but I noticed it this morning. In this time lapse, I overcompensated a little bit at the beginning, you'll notice, but I think that you can rotate kind of her muzzle out a little bit more, and I think that might be a little bit more accurate. I might be totally wrong, but I think so. And then the crown of her head was a little bit small, I think, so pulling up the top of her head helps with the proportions a bit in her skull. And this is something that's super easy to miss. I know that I miss it all the time, especially when the heads are like tilted. I will totally mess up like profiles. So that's kind of why I have to rotate the whole canvas to actually see what's going on. Oh, and then what I'm doing right here, I know that this is probably a stylistic choice, so you can take it or leave it. But I did give her a nostril. So I don't know if you want to give your female characters nostrils. I just noticed that he had a nostril, so I thought that maybe she should also have a nostril. And then this is another maybe stylistic thing. I know that in a lot of manga, they kind of draw mouths like this in profile where it's kind of on the side of the face. I don't know. It's I think it works well in manga and it works here, but I thought I would just give it a try, pulling the mouth to be a little bit more in the front of the actual face rather than on the side of the face. So bringing the silhouette of her lips and teeth to the front of her face, and then also adjusting a little bit the shape of the mouth. Again, this is one of those things that maybe it's a stylistic choice, so take it or leave it. So I did work at softening a little bit of the shadows on her face. I will admit that even after painting over this for a little while, I had a hard time with these shadows and lighting. Yeah, this is a really tough one, like I said last night. But I was thinking that something that might help in this kind of situation, so you have a bunch of lighting sources going on, but at the same time, they look a little like their lighting looks so harsh that it almost looks like there's like a big spotlight on them. Sorry, you can maybe hear Mochi meowing in the background. Hey, Mochi. Oh my gosh. And so I didn't really do this, but maybe something that you could try and explore is, rather than doing these kind of really harsh, direct, like cast shadow type shading, you could try playing with shading with a more like ambient occlusion kind of light. You know, like if someone were if you were taking a photo of someone on like a really misty day where the light is really diffused, maybe that would have been a good option for this piece, where there's just mostly like form shadows but no really harsh direct light source. It's just kind of lighting coming from all over the place. That could have been a good option, especially since the background looks like it's kind of a misty, like diffused setting. That might have been a good idea. I didn't try it out here, but maybe something to keep in mind for the future. Yeah, so here I'm trying to struggle with the lighting on his face. Something that I think could be good in lighting scenarios like this, or like poses like this, is actually looking up reference of like engagement photos. I looked at a few of those, and those are always taken during like a golden hour, you know, where the light is really soft. So it kind of goes along with that sort of diffused lighting scenario. Obviously, I didn't apply it very well here. But that is an idea that came to mind. Another thing that I thought about trying for this was to add a little bit more reflected light to kind of help soften those dark shadows. So that's what I'm doing here with an overlay layer, is just trying to bring in kind of a reflected light. Maybe it's being reflected from something that's like underneath them or below, or maybe the siphons, or the lake, because it's the lake scene, right? Although it wouldn't be red. It wouldn't be a pink light like I put in here, but something to try. Maybe a reflected light would help. I think that it actually looks pretty cool on the armor, and I think it helps a little bit even in the faces. So the next thing I'm trying for the armor is, I thought it looked like the armor was a little bit scuffed up, so I thought you could try adding a little bit of a a scratched metal texture. I do this all the time at work. I put scratched metal textures on everything because it really helps just kind of add a little bit of like grunginess and a little bit of dirtiness. I actually think that it would look pretty good on the leather parts of their armor as well. But I just added it here to Cassian's shoulder plate just to try it out. And the trick with this kind of texture is to just really reduce the opacity quite a bit, so it's not like super obvious you used a photo of a texture, but it's just enough to add that little bit of like grit. But yeah, I think it would actually look really good on the leather parts of that armor, even that exact same texture. And what I'm doing right here, I noticed you kind of had a cast shadow going on from the wing behind, that's kind of draping over. And I thought that that could really be emphasized. And I actually really like how it came out by emphasizing that cast shadow going across behind him. Because if you think about the light coming from the screen left, yeah, that cast shadow would be pretty visible on him, at least the back of his head and his back and everything. I think it adds a little bit more depth. I still did not solve the shadows on his face, but hey, at least there's a cast shadow from the wing. Woo! Here, yeah, just removing the cast shadow that didn't make a whole lot of sense from where the siphon is, like, yeah, it was casting a shadow kind of towards the viewer, which was a little bit strange. Maybe if it had been lighter and not so dark, it would have read a little bit more as just like a reflection. Yep, adding just a little bit more like shine to the armor from that left side. And here I'm using a soft brush and the lasso tool to just darken up a couple areas on the armor. Okay. So I noticed a couple tangents with the wings. So that first one back there, the wing was like exactly touching her back, like right on the line. So just moved it out. And then I noticed that the swoop of this other wing lined up like perfectly, continuing the line of her neck and her back. So that was a little bit of a tricky tangent because that means you got to move the wing quite a bit. And I thought, so at first I tried to like change the angle of the wing just a little bit, but still that was continuing the tangent pretty bad. So I thought to just like go all in and bring the wing all the way over. I don't know if this is really the effect you were wanting with the wings. I'm guessing you probably wanted her to be a little bit outside of them, but this was the easiest way I could think of to remove that tangent. So that's just what I decided to do. But it's interesting, I didn't even notice that tangent until like the very end of doing this paint over, even though it was a pretty big one. So easy to miss. Anyway, I hope this was helpful. I feel like I just didn't really do it justice during the stream last night, so I wanted to give it another shot this morning. Yes. Let's move on to Zenkilac. Are you in here? I've done some paintovers for Tiki. I end up making lots of disorganized notes along with it. It's easier to just sit and think instead of having to give feedback real time. True. Yeah, for sure. It's I mean, you guys know how distracted I usually am. But anyway, you don't need to comfort me. I'm just voicing whatever goes through my brain as I think it. MH, thanks for following. Welcome in, welcome in. Okay, so I don't know if they're here right now. So maybe unfiltered thoughts. Yes, unedited. That's what you get from me. Okay. So I'm not sure if they're gonna pop in later. But I guess we will just go ahead and do this one, and then maybe they'll be able to watch the VOD. Okay, so I like this character actually. I think she's pretty cool. I messaged them just in case. Oh, okay. So I think that overall the anatomy is like pretty good. There's just a couple small things that I think probably need to be checked. Like the length of the arms and the size of the hands, stuff like that. So I think that just by doing a little bit of extra like underdrawing, and I do this all the time. If I notice like something is off with my art, I will do like an underdrawing that's like on top of my overdrawing just to make sure I know what's going on. So for this piece, I would actually like pull this arm in a little bit, because this part of the arm looks like it looks a lot longer compared. So I would do a little bit of extra underdrawing here to figure this out. And maybe again finding the pose, even if it means posing yourself. Let's see. Yeah. So actually in general the arms look both pretty long. Because if you think about it, when you pose this way, your arm comes out a little bit. So I would pull it in, or pull it out. Pull it in, pull it out, I don't know. Basically, change the angle, draw as a cylinder to figure it out. Yeah, that's something I need to remember too. Use yourself. Totally. This is cute. It's super cute. That sounds sus. And then same thing with this hand, or this arm. This part looks pretty long compared to the other part. And if you look at your own pose, you will notice this arm. It does come in a little bit. And then the other part of the, wow, I can't say words when I'm focusing. So this arm, probably the elbow would be more like up here. And then angled like that. And then the hand. Yeah. And I think part of what's happening is they probably, well, yeah, the arms in general were just a bit long, I would say. So definitely use yourself as reference. And then I'm just gonna fill this in on another layer so that we can see arms. Yes. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. And then if you think about it, actually, even this shoulder, I think could come down a little bit. Maybe I'm wrong, actually. Who knows? Yeah. But I do like how they have the shoulders kind of at two different angles. I think that's nice. Like one shoulder's coming up, and the other shoulder is lower. Something like that, I think, is a little bit closer. Okay. Definitely use yourself. Oh my gosh. You have boobs under your elbow, so your elbow goes up. True, true, true. Bearing in mind the right arm will be closer, so perspective will shorten it slightly. Yeah, it will shorten it a little bit. But I would say even... It can be a little bit tricky to get that angle. The line would favor the forearm too. Yeah, like, wait, this, yeah, this one would be, blah, 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 on top. This is another one of those poses where I would definitely recommend, yeah, taking a photo of yourself, because even, I mean, I don't think I'm getting it exactly right. That's for sure. Because if I look at my own pose reference, I actually have it angled too much now. Stretch your wrists. Okay, we'll stretch our wrists right after this Paintover. Showing the curvature of the underarm would help to showing the opposing left arm. I mean not the underarm. Wait. Oh, the screen left arm? In terms of cylinders. Anyway, again, I think that, this is definitely another one that's like, you wouldn't think this pose would be so tricky, but, I think it's definitely another one that it would be a good idea to have, some actual photo reference that you look at and you know, copy the arms almost exactly. And the good thing about this one is it's an easy one to take photo reference of yourself for. And then the hand. The thing about the hand in this position is, I think before, whoops, yeah, before it was drawn like the wrist is curving around, but I think that you have to draw the hand. It's true that there is a curve to the wrist right here, but you have to see a little bit more of the hand. Oh my! Fika Paws, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it for the 5 months in a row. Thank you, Fika. Looks pretty good, to be honest. I think I spotted the problem, Chris, that with the pose, when you pose like that, the left shoulder should be the one which is lower. Let's see. But her hip is higher. So, I mean, you can do it. No, you can stand this way. Wait, am I doing it right? I think that it doesn't matter so much, actually. It just depends on whatever leg she's standing on. Squish up the cleavage. Well, maybe she doesn't have cleavage. But other than the proportion stuff, there is something else I actually wanted to get to with this one. So the main thing I noticed was the arms. Wow, I am so freaking messy at drawing. I guess I do use like a crayon brush. Here, come here to get your art critiqued by a 4-year-old using a crayon. Welcome to my stream. But anyway, something that I did want to mention with this one is, again, we're going to talk a little bit about shading, you guys. It seems to be a theme. Okay, I would love crayon art critique. Crayon. Buckle up, guys. Okay, so right now, the shading that's going on right now looks like maybe the light is coming from like right in the front of this character, which is certainly a thing. A person can be lit from straight in front of them, but usually it's not the most like natural thing. So I would actually recommend also picking a direction. So let's just pick a direction. I'm gonna choose this direction. Yep. So when you pick a direction like such, we're just gonna do another multiply layer. You have to choose a side to put the shadows on. instead of, again, this, because it looks like the initial shading for this was coming from like right in front of the character, the shadows ended up looking kind of like a second highlight, or not highlight, a second line art, because they just kind of follow the line art. But I think it looks a little bit more natural if you pick a primary source of light. And then also the arms would be casting shadows. And there would be shadows on the hair. Preschool Krista have entered the battle and is winning. Oh, by the way, Krista, Patreon is awesome. I'm so satisfied with the purchase. Oh, Sir Ravel, thank you so much for saying so. I'm so glad that you are liking it. I'm glad you're liking the content. It looks off because her left hip needs to be pushed more. Maybe. I mean, it could, yeah, I think it could help. I just changed the language to English, not English UK. Wow, I no longer see it. Wait, how long? What? I like how the critique drawings and giving advice for them. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. It's always good to understand proportions and anatomy. No, it never hurts to know more than you. No, that's for sure. Of course. Of course. And so since now we've kind of picked a direction for the shadows, I think you would want to choose a side, that same side for the highlight to be on in the eyes. This is actually a pretty common mistake. Sometimes I do it on purpose for like some of my really cute cat drawings. And it's okay if it's like a conscious choice to put the like the eye highlight kind of, you know, on opposite sides. But technically it's not really correct. It should be, they should be kind of on the same side. Okay. So it's pretty rough, but you can kind of see, oops, the changes. And I think that it's true that what was mentioned is that if this hip was pushed out more, I do think that it might look even more natural. So yeah, my main tips for this is, again, take reference of yourself standing this way. And then when it comes to choosing a light source, pick a main light source. The most natural looking light sources, especially when you're just starting out, is gonna be kind of from like the front side. Eyes are wet, so reflected light is a thing, just to overcompensate. Yeah, okay, well, with this style, you probably don't want to add something like that. I mean, maybe you do, but I think that this gives plenty to work on for now. Okay. Nice, guys. Okay, time to do some wrist stretches. Need some sandwich? What kind of sandwich, though? Mac and cheese coming my way. Damn, you guys! You guys are like eating all this delicious food and I've only had a potato? What the hell? Just a stretch. Make some for you. Thanks. Yes, please send it over. Has Husbando made cookies yet? No, he hasn't. So sad. No cookies for me. Mac and cheese are my favorite. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What an outrage. An outrage. Okay. Riot. Okay, next one is by April. Let me turn off. Yes. Okay, next one is by April. She submitted 2 pieces. And let me just double check. I think this was another one where we needed to talk about lighting. Let me see. Let me double check. Yeah, shading / highlight placement. Okay, yay, my turn. Yes, your turn. Okay. So I think that this is another case of being more bold with your shadows. So you have some like nice form shadows going on, but let's just look at how it looks in grayscale. So she stands out really nicely in grayscale, but you can see that she looks pretty flat. So I think that a lot of this one is going to be a matter of just not being afraid to go darker with your shadows. I don't really want to increase the contrast of everything behind her, so I'm just gonna select all of her skin for now. And this is like where we're gonna start, and then we'll take it even further. Not that. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Okay, levels. Mochi's in here waiting for something. Oh no. Okay. So, just to start out with, making it a little bit more contrast. And then I think that what could actually help you out quite a bit is using the lasso tool with some of your shading. So I'm gonna just use a multiply layer for now and choose a grayish color. We'll start there. So I think that using a lasso tool could help you out, especially since it seems like you're going a little bit for like the ambient occlusion. This is very informative and entertaining. Good. All the artwork is so great as is, but cool to see how you enhance it even more. I hope I'm enhancing it and not making it worse. Meowchi. Okay, need to head off. Places to see, people to... Wait. Oh, places to see, people to beat. Okay. Sorry for joining in with the critiquing. If I overstepped. Enjoy the rest of the stream. No worries, Grim Witch. Have a good rest of your day. Okay, so the lasso tool. In areas where like ambient occlusion would happen, or just darker shadows, I think it could help you out a lot. So the way I use this is I grab along the edge that I want to paint on, and then use a soft brush to brush in that shadow. Yeah. Yes. But also I wanted to mention that there are some areas, well, mostly just this forehead area, that if she has like this scarf on her forehead, I think that it's casting a little bit too much shadow here. So I think you could actually pull this back a little. Yeah. Okay, back to the lassoing. Actually, before I lasso, I'm just gonna think about like the roundness of her head with a big round brush. Be more bold, you guys. Boldness. When you're thinking about these big round shapes, boldness is key. Big shadows. And then where her arm is, I imagine it would be darker back here. Boldness. And then her eyes, again, they are round, but they have a little bit of a cast shadow going from the eyelid. I don't know why I'm using that color. And under the nose tends to have a bit more shadows. I like the shape of the nose you have going here. I think this is a really sweet nose. Oopsies. Oopsies. And back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Thanks. You're welcome. And then also for the hair, kind of the same as what was going on in Neko's piece. I think that especially since you have these kind of round bulbousy shapes for her, like, I don't know what this is called, this hairstyle. It's not a braid, but like, it's like Rapunzel hair. Or what Rapunzel hair used to be. What I used to consider as Rapunzel hair when I was a child. But anyway, I think that if you kind of think about those big shapes, you can add a lot more volume by thinking of them as like spheres. Spheres. Yes. And same with her chest. Probably it would be a little bit darker down here. And then this hand, I really like the pose you have going on with this hand, but it's not shaded. Maybe you just haven't gotten to it. So the light is coming from, is it supposed to be coming from like right back here? Or it looks like it's kind of coming from over here. So that's what I'm just gonna go with. It's not a very beautiful color of shadow, is it? Where is my color wheel? This is absurd. I'm missing my color wheel. That's why I'm having such a struggle. Where is it? There it is. Oh, no wonder. Here we go. And then this is a stylistic choice. But for me, I really love to emphasize this like blush even more on like the cheeks and the nose and the fingers and the shoulders and stuff. So I just feel like it adds a lot of life. Oh my gosh, Mochi, why are you mowing? Oh my gosh. What are you mowing, Mochi? Hello, Krista, just dropping in. Hello, Nathan. So good to see you. How you doing? Doing real good. We're doing some paintovers today. Oh yes, wife just bought me mochi. She's made. Oh, wait. Let me see. Mochi. What the heck? He was just like in here yelling. Everything. Oopsies. Every time you are giving new advice, I go over my last artworks and try and apply. Oh, that's good. I hope it helps. I hope it helps. And then something else that I think might help you out a little bit is, yeah, darkening up. Usually I like to darken where like the part in the hair is. I guess this isn't technically always the case, but lots of times our like hair roots are darker than like the rest of our hair. It gets like lighter the longer it gets, right? So it might look nice to like darken. Hello, where is, oh, there it is. To darken here a little bit. Yeah, I kind of like that. Yep, my general advice for a lot of these is just more boldness and darkness in the shadows, you guys. Go crazy with those shadows. And then you can always pull it back if you need to. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, trying to make the hair more interesting so it's not just flat colors / shape is tricky. Yeah, so something that I usually do is I do make that gradient like darker closer to the roots and then lighten it as it gets longer at the tips. I think it helps a lot with the hair. This is excellent informative content. Very informative. Not your cat, Mochi, but you know, the edible Japanese pastry. No, I know. Gotta be more brave. More bravery, you guys. More bravery. Okay. And so I think that's basically my other advice for, let's see, where's your other piece? Yeah, for this piece as well. Also, I think more bravery with your shadows. Also, maybe it looks like you haven't gotten to shading like the clothes yet. Oh my gosh, Mochi! Mochi! This guy. Elven Princess.
Mochi is excited for subs. Kiss a love.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you for subbing with your Prime. Really appreciate it. Oh my gosh. Snuggle. Oh, struggling with the folds. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're pretty complicated, the way you have them drawn. I would say for the folds, you're gonna want to simplify them. So think about big, medium, small when it comes to folds. Make sure that they're not like evenly spaced. And only, I would say, especially since your style is a little bit like cartoony style, you don't need to go hyper detailed. Only do as much as you need to communicate, you know, basically the type of fabric that it is. I actually don't think you need folds out here. Like, I could see maybe how you would want a fold coming. Let me try and pick up this color. You might want a fold coming from over here. Yeah, so think about like chunks, I guess. Chunks, and then think about big, medium, small shapes. I think that what you have is pretty good. It's just that there was maybe a little bit too much. So maybe what you could do is just go through and like erase some of the lines. And I think you would be in a good spot. Because I think it's pretty good. But when it comes to shading the folds, you're gonna have to, again, be bold with your shadows. So when it comes to shading your folds, especially in this kind of style, I think that you're not gonna want to shade like, let's see. The light's coming from over here. You're gonna want to, I think you should take a big hard brush and don't feel super married to shading in between every single fold line you have. You're gonna need to choose only like the important ones where the light is actually transitioning. And of course, this is just how I shade. I usually start with a big round hard brush, and then you can always soften it later. But using the larger like hard brush, it forces you to make decisions early on. And I think that since he has like a hood, you could actually make maybe even like all of his neck in shadow. This whole side in shadow. Maybe a little bit showing through on this side. Yeah. Yeah, the more I look at it, I think actually you're gonna want to make some bold decisions again with these shadows. Try not to get too caught up in shading between every fold, or else it's gonna look really like you're gonna lose the shapes, and it's gonna look really busy. So hopefully that makes sense. Hello, Seven. Hello, hello. Hard shadows, yas. Hello, I'm like, hey, welcome in. And let's see, and shading the folds. Oh, not sure where to put them. Yeah, like I said, I think that your fold placement is actually like pretty good. I think that you just need to erase some of the lines that you have. And when it comes to shading the folds, yeah, also simplify. And if you want to later add in like some secondary shadows, so you have like the big shadows and then maybe you want to make another layer and add secondary shadows, maybe then you can add just a little bit of shading to the fold details. But I would say get this sorted out first. So hopefully that makes sense. Whoopsies. Yeah. Yep. It's hard to not get too detailed too soon. Yeah, totally. No, I totally understand that. Definitely. It's like a constant struggle with art, is to have the self-discipline to hold off on the details and like work with big shapes, big decisions first. Because if you sit and noodle small details early on, yeah, you can get stuck with not making the big decisions that you need to make. Okay. So hopefully that's helpful. All right. So the next one we have, we're actually getting through these. I'm kind of astounded. I wasn't sure if we would make it through in any reasonable amount of time. ElKabong. This is interesting because these are traditional pieces. So I will try and keep that in mind when I'm critiquing this, knowing that you can't just like go back and use digital tools. I mean, technically you can if you want to draw over them, but since you're working with like pens and markers and stuff, you're doing an amazing job. Thanks. Stretch your wrists. Okay. Stretch your wrists. Motorcycle revs. Motorcycle revs. Is that how you ride a motorcycle? Roller coaster arms. Oh, yeah, it's harder to pull back on shadows after the ink is done. Yeah, no, exactly. It's a good... You know what is amazing, though, about this piece? The bricks. Holy shit, dude. Look at these bricks, though. They're pretty amazing. How did you... I don't think I would be able to draw bricks like this traditionally. Holy crap. They're like perfect. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, actually the one I want to start out on for you is the draw this in your style. Because I wanted to point... I hope this isn't embarrassing, but I wanted to point out something. Was this intentional? I'm just wondering. I did them 3 times. It took forever. Oh my gosh. That booty. But, right? Okay. It looks very intentional, actually. And so I was wondering if it was. Gotta work it. Okay. Okay. Because my first thing I was gonna say was, well, a dress probably, I mean, I don't know if the skirt would show that much detail. She's been doing squats. Okay. The skirt, it fitted in the right spot. And she has the thong on, or maybe no underwear. The butt is eating the skirt. It's windy. It's a windy, just a little wedgie. Perfect. Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna try and keep in mind the kind of the medium you're working with. But I guess the first thing I would say that I noticed was the head size is pretty large. So I mean, you can only apply this to future stuff. It's not like you can go and do this with your ink drawing, but I would recommend trying to draw the heads a little smaller. I think almost as thick as my own. Digital wizardry. Hydrate. Oh no, my keyboard switched to Swedish. Something else. I think the shoulder's not too off, but I think maybe this line is coming back just a tiny bit too far. This is so nitpicky, but it stood out to me just in this moment, so I'm gonna go ahead. But okay, so I think that when it comes to inks, since that's what you're using, I think that working with more line variation would actually help you a lot. So working with more line weight. So I'll just go through and add some more line weight to places that I would probably do it. So definitely wherever these areas kind of lines intersect. And then also heavier lines on the outside. I will be back. Okay. It's so hard getting the proportions right on traditional. I hate having to redraw so much. No, I feel exactly the same way, Jackie. Actually. Mighty Fine Potato, thanks so much for following. Welcome in. Yeah, whenever I draw traditionally, I have pretty much the same problem. It's like, I tend to draw the heads really, really big as well. And in digital, it's not a problem because I can just resize it later. But obviously in traditional, that means you gotta redraw it, which is a pain in the butt. It looks like this arm might not quite match up. Just a tiny bit off. Think about sometimes when it comes to line art, it can be a nice effect to think about like, how do I explain this? Sometimes when you're going around a curve, think about like when you're in a car or on a roller coaster, when you go around a curve, there's the centrifugal force that like pushes you out. I know this is a weird way to explain it, but it's kind of how I feel the line art. Sometimes when I'm going around a curve, adding a little bit more weight to that curve so that you feel that force can help just add more energy to the line art. And so that's what I did, like right here, like a little bit more weight to the outer edge. Line weight is something I'm trying to be much more cognizant of. Pain in the butt like this lady has. Yes. A little wedgie. Just a little wedgie. So a good place to start when it comes to line art is literally just making sure that your outlines are thicker than the lines inside, if that makes sense. So you actually did a really good job with that in the hair, but just continuing that through the rest of the piece. And that's a good place to start. And then you can, you know, start thinking about the other factors as well of like where to add line weight that's not just the outer outline. Okay. Her eyes. It's looking a little bit flat on this side. This eye is. And also, yeah, I think it's a little short, actually. So if you bring this... Actually, let's do some digital wizardry, some digital cheating just to check something. You can do this manually with like... Sometimes I will measure with like a pencil. But since we're in digital, we can just see. So, actually, why do I... Let's look. Let's look. Yeah, so you can see that this eye is much taller than the other eye, which it should not be the case. It's true that this far eye should be like squished horizontally, but not vertically. So this eye should be taller as well. So that's a good thing to check. It's really easy sometimes to think like, oh, perspective, like this far eye is gonna be smaller because of perspective. But if you think about, for example, if you look at like a fence going like back into the distance in perspective, think of how far it takes for that fence to like each post to get shorter and shorter and shorter. That's like what, like at least like a couple meters. And so definitely an eye is not a couple meters apart, and it's a super common thing. Like there, I feel like you are probably not you didn't experience truly being an artist if you didn't draw the far eye small at some point. I feel like it's a very common mistake that like everybody does. I still do it and like have to go back and fix it all the time. All the time. Okay, so something else when it comes to lip shading, usually the top lip is always going to be darker. So this like highlight you have going on, I think that you don't need it. I think you can just fill it all in. I just got shiny Gardevoir while playing Pokemon. Hell yeah, I don't know which Pokemon that is though. I'm just looking over my recent work and I do have a tiny back eye. Oh no! It's a really common thing. It really is. And once you finally see it, it seems so obvious, but then it's like, dang it. You keep, at least I keep doing it, and sometimes like my kid kittens has to like point it out to me. Actually, a lot. Quite a lot. Yeah. You know, I think that her head probably could be even smaller than what I did, actually. I think it could. Or it probably should be. Oops. Feels a little bit more natural. And then I quite like the texture you have going on in the hair. But I think that maybe something that you could try doing is like, remember where you want to put the highlights and leave those areas so that you can have some highlights. I think the texture you have is really, really nice, but it would be like, yeah, it would feel a little bit more intentional, or I'm not sure of the right word. I think if you just leave some, you decide where you want the highlights, it would just feel just even more awesome, basically. I actually don't know what layer I'm drawing on right now. That's not good. Yeah. So you can keep the texture, but actually use it to show the highlights as well. Wherever you decide to put those. For once, my textured brush actually works. It works actually really well with painting over this piece. My crayon brush. Traditional. Yeah. Yeah. What do you think? Boom, boom, boom. Let's see, it felt like too much brushwork in the hair when I did it, to be honest. I think that the texture is cool. I think that it's like definitely a style, but I think that just what you're missing is like the highlights, you know? That's all. Because I think it's a neat style. It reminds me of, oh, there were these books that had this really cool illustrations in it that I loved for a while, but it was like very textured like this. Thanks, these are great notes. Cool, I'm so glad. And your other piece, oh, I don't know. This is so good. I don't know if I have good notes for this one. I think that you did super amazing with the bricks. I think my main note for this one really is probably the same. It's like the outline. I think this character could have a nice thick outline, kind of like the stop sign does, and she would stand out really, really nicely against the bricks. That's my main thoughts for this one. Otherwise, I think this piece is like super cool. Very nice. There might be a little bit of eye wonk. I think that this eye, this might be like a photo or a scanning issue though. You know how sometimes it warps. Why? What? Why? Hello? What? Wait a minute, I think I got a delivery. So, it's so nice already, but, okay, let's do it. So, this is Avalander's cute chibi, but I don't know if he's in here, or, yeah, I don't know if they're in here right now, but maybe they will see the VOD. But anyway, so cute, and I don't know if there's a ton I can, I really love what the hair highlights they have going on, like super duper nice. I would not change those. I guess I will go through like some stylistic preferences. Well, okay, so the one kind of big thing that stands out to me is the skirt. It seems a little bit like the skirt isn't quite right when it comes to these types of skirts. I feel so nitpicky right now. But if you look up, oh, this is gonna come up with some weird porn. Schoolgirls, let's see, Japanese, let's just look, Japanese uniform, maybe? Pleated skirt. Oh yes, pleated skirt. That's a good. Thank you. Skirt. That's a better term to search for. Okay. I have some good reference. I wonder. I think I can show it. It does show legs. Are legs allowed on Twitch these days? Hey Krissa, hey chat. Wow, last time I was here, you were complaining about not being accepted for partnership on Twitch, and now you're verified. That's so cool. Congratulations. Hey, thank you, Julian. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Look at those pinchable cheeks. So cute, right? Grinta helping Krissa with her words. Good job. True. Only streamers are allowed to have legs. Okay, cool. I don't have legs, so here, look. I will just pull it there. Now you can't actually see the legs. So this is a pretty good reference, I think. So you can see in a pleated skirt, you kind of just pick a direction that the pleats fall, right? In this one, it looks like they've kind of, they kind of like meet in the middle. I don't think you need to do that. You just need to pick a direction. Also, isn't the ultimate hack to make a tail? What? The ultimate hack? So I think for this piece, what I would do is I would choose a direction. I think we'll just overlap all of the pleats this way, I suppose. I've actually messed up a lot of pleated skirts in my drawing career. They're an easy thing, if you don't look up actual reference, they're an easy thing to like think you can kind of figure out without looking them up, but then like they're not quite right. So anyone who's just coming in, welcome in. Today we're doing some Paintover critique stuff for some patrons. My typical stream is working on, you know, my artwork, but today is a special day, friends. Today is a very special day. Usually we do a lot more chatting, but today, since I'm kind of focused on doing these paintovers, It's been a little bit more, you know, me ignoring chat. Not completely ignoring chat, just not being quite as responsive as usual. Just because I am trying to focus and like add as much as I can, add as much value to these paintovers as I can, and trying to like problem solve, I guess. Problem solving always takes a lot of brain power. Boom, boom. But if you're new here, welcome in. Welcome in. Today is a very rare day to see Chris focused on actually drawing. True. Chat's behaving a lot more than usual. True, that's true. Chat is usually very rambunctious in here. But you guys are all on your best behavior today. Can you show me the note? Oh, yes. The note again, please. I was reminded to ask. Yeah. So, Kimmy, look what I got. A delivery. I got a delivery, and this is the note that came with it. I hope you're happy, Kimmy. Oh, yes. I hope you're happy. Because it's also a very rare day to see us focus on actual drawings and not tormenting Krista with fitness. True. Frame the note. Kimmy, I will mail it to you. I am cracking up. Well, I can include it. I'll include it in your Patreon pack if you want. You can frame it and cherish it. Yes. Do it. Oh my gosh. But Krista, we are gathering channel points today. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh no. This does not bode well for the next time I stream. You guys are gonna come back with a vengeance. I demand a photo when Kimmy reacts when it reaches Kimmy. Never spend my channel points. And you're doing a surprise stream on Wednesday. Oh, yeah. Well, let's see. Is it this one? Yeah. This upcoming Wednesday. Oh, I'm so glad you reminded me. You guys, yes, Wednesday. I will be back because guess what? I am taking some time off for Easter. So we will be streaming on Wednesday. I think it will be more of a regular format stream. I'll work on something. Quotes. I'll work on something. Yes, okay, so I think that's a little bit more closer to how a pleated skirt is. It's not perfect, but you can see with a pleated skirt, you just pick a direction that the pleats go, and they keep going that direction all the way around. I am cracking up. That is so funny. Worth the passive aggressive note with it too. I would say it was worth the consistent hints. I mean, I appreciate it. I'll be sore for that Easter. My birthday is Tuesday, so yay! Hey! Ooh, so exciting. Happy, well, I'll wish you late birthday, I guess, but I'll wish you an early birthday today. Blood redeeming the squats. No! Okay. We have 20 squats to do. Let's do squats after I finish this paint over. We will do some squats, okay? Let's finish this paint over and then we'll do some squatsies. All right. This piece is so cute. Ugh. Can't stand it. So I guess another like nitpicky thing I would say is that for the hand, I would want, this is again kind of a personal preference, I would think that I would want a little bit harder shadow just for the knuckles to add a little bit more like form, a little bit less blobbiness. Maybe bring the thumb a little bit longer thumb. And then I would say a little bit more of the hand and knuckles out here. But gosh, this is so like nitpicky. Like it looks pretty good to me, honestly. And then stylistically for me, I would want a little bit like bigger eyelashes, but this is not necessary. This is just me like being like, this is how I draw eyelashes and eyes. It's not necessarily correct, since this is like very kind of anime, but usually I would want the inner part of the eye to actually come down and indicate down here a little bit more. Not that it has to be realistic, but just a little bit less flat, I guess. This character's so freaking cute. I love her. So cute. Another thing that I would do, but isn't necessarily considering it's just, I mean, it's style, it's anime, is I would maybe soften up this particular form shadow. Like it can be a cast shadow over here, but right here I would maybe want to just make it a little softer. I guess that technically there might not, this wouldn't be a cast shadow. If the light is coming from over here, as it seems to be, yes, it is. So technically this wouldn't be a cast shadow from the hair. It would actually be a form shadow if they want to keep that shadow. So you could soften the whole thing or even just remove it. Just make it maybe ambient occlusion. And then something that maybe I would consider to like enhance the piece would be to do like an overlay and see how it looks with a little bit of like a core, like a hot core shadow. Maybe not necessary though. It's kind of nice, I think. Just on the edges, that little bit of like hot red. All the nose, okay, now that we're actually zoomed in, I think I will say something about the nose. So, lots of chibis like this won't even have a nose. But if you want to add a nose, I think that at this angle, probably you can get rid of the little bridge. Not really necessary with this style. But I think you would see a little bit of the other side of the nostril. So like this. But you can mostly rely on the shadow to indicate where the nose is. So, Lunite Designs, thanks so much for following in. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing lovely. Today we are doing some critiques and Paintover stuff for some patrons. So it's been very, something. Educational stream day. Softening the shadow makes it look much better. I like the thick lashes too, draws attention to the eyes. That's what I think too. Oh, okay, we have some more squats to do. I know you have a shit ton of toys, so come on. Hi, how are you? I'm good, thanks. I'm doing really good. I'm a bit focused today since we're doing these critiques. But hopefully they have been helpful. Hopefully they've been valuable. So cute. So cute. I was wondering if maybe they would want to add a little bit of shading here, but maybe not necessary for this style. Yeah, okay. So that's kind of what I think. Would help this piece. Super cute, super cute. Let me actually, we have these critiques to do by NenotheFox. These are her pieces. So this one you were wondering about, let me pull up the Discord. You were wondering about, scrolling up, where is it? Scrolling down. Composition and shading, or something about the character design itself. Okay. So I actually think that your composition is pretty interesting here. But something that stands out to me right now, if I were to look at the like if I zoom out, I think that you have some really intense greens going on. And actually I'm wondering, is this right here, is it a bush or is it like your spider character? Because I guess that would make a difference. If it's something like a foreground bush, I would actually say you probably want to make this a little bit less intense. It's a bush, okay, just making sure. Because it stands out a lot to me. So I would decrease the saturation and also probably darken it. Most of the time, stuff in the foreground will be darker, actually. Oops, didn't get it all. And then this actually brings up something interesting. She is extremely close to this bush. It's basically, it's kind of a tangent. So I think that what you should actually do with her, or maybe I will move the bush, will be easier. I think you should move the bush to overlap her a little bit. That way you're getting a little bit of depth by overlapping this bush on top of the character, and you're getting rid of like the tangent. Or at least reducing the tangent. And then maybe like softening the outline of the bush a little bit, or making it a little bit more of a little bit more like a leafy texture on the edges. Something like that, maybe. And same with the really vibrant green back here, except it's not going to be darker, right? Since it's in the background and it will be faded a little bit, I think it will be lighter, but it's also not going to be such a like lime green. This is the thing about green, you guys. Green in nature looks so much more saturated to our eyes than most other colors, so you have to be careful with it. You have to be careful to not go super like intense green, even when you're like in a forest. So I'm actually pulling it a little bit more yellow and decreasing the saturation. I'm trying to decide if I want to make it lighter. I think it's okay with the tones you have. It's just making it a little less intense. And then I like that you have a pretty distinct like shadow going down. Like I definitely know where the light source is coming from. It's coming from over here, right? But I think that you can start to play a little bit more with defining the kind of the shapes that this light is wrapping around. So it's wrapping around her arm. And obviously the planes of her face. And then even her hair, right now her hair is it has a cool texture, but it's a little bit flat, especially when you compare it to her body. So I think I want you to think about like chunks in the hair. Think about dividing the hair into chunks. And also thinking about like the roundness of the volumes. So I'm just gonna try something. So she has really nice floofy curly hair. So I'm gonna try and treat it a little bit like kind of like a bunch of spheres. And then any part of the hair that's like I would think is facing the light source, I will like lighten it a little bit. And then any part that is, I think the plane of it or the surface of it is in the shadow, I try and make it darker. It can be a little bit tricky with curly hair. But I think that thinking about it in terms of like, kind of like a big fluffy blobby shape can help. If you think like it still has shadows that like wrap around the shape. And then what's interesting is you have these like bioluminescent and this little like spirit on this side. And right now you have it indicated a little bit with a rim light, but I think you can go a little bit crazier with it actually. I think that you could take like a textured brush and bring it even more into the hair, especially since you see you already have that light going on in her face. So of course it would be into more of her hair as well. Same with this pink down here. Down, 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 down. Yes. Yeah. And then the blue. Little Miss Panda, hello, hello. Welcome in. Hello, cup of coffee. They gave me a lot of problems, so I'm gonna take all you got in that freaking piece of plant. Oh my gosh. I have a lot of problems with hair, to be honest. I want them to be curly, but can't figure out how to shade them. Yeah, hair is, curly hair in particular can be tricky. And like you have really cool texture going on. Maybe would it be helpful if I just like kind of go crazy with the hair and sometimes maybe I won't even adhere completely to your shapes and I'll like color outside of the lines as I do. I think that when I draw really curly hair, I like to use definitely a textured brush. I do not like to use outlines, mostly with any of my hair, but especially curly hair. You can do it, of course, but I find it really hard to make it look right when I use outlines for curly hair in particular. So I would use a textured brush for it. Go nuts. It's really helpful. Okay. Chris's tip of the day. Go crazy with it. It really is. I think that there's a lot of fear. What I'm seeing in most of these critiques today, you guys, is fear. I am seeing a lot of fear in almost all of the pieces that were submitted. And I mean, you will see that with any artist. So it's not just you guys. It's totally common stuff that happens with everybody, but people are scared to like go further. They're scared to push it, when actually that's exactly what you need to do. Is you gotta push the shadows further than you think. You gotta push the textures further than you think. Sometimes you gotta color outside the lines. You basically saying we should all grow a pair and start going bonkers on shadows and lights. I understand the hesitation totally, because I have those same hesitations. The reason I am able to give this advice is because it's the same shit that I struggle with. I know exactly how it is to feel like kind of to try and play it on the safe side and then then my art never exactly reaching where I want it to reach. Yeah, I know how it is. That's why I'm saying it. But it's not even about like just grow a pair. It's more about like you are working, well, most of you, not all of you, but a lot of you are working in digital art. It's really easy to experiment with digital art. You don't gotta commit to any of these crazy changes or any of like the crazy things you try. It's just a try. Just like give it a shot, see how it goes. And if you don't like it, well, just go back. You can always go back to what you were doing before. Fear leads to the dark side. Little Miss Panda Art, thanks for the follow. It's kind of fear of failing in a way, I get that. Yeah, it totally is. To help me get over that, I did the opposite. Oh, you drew with the opposite hand? Well, then that takes away a lot of the pressure, right? I would think. So I also have an idea for your bioluminescent mushrooms. I kind of glanced over at them as I was working on this hair, and I thought, oh, I have an idea for those. There's there is kind of a trick when it comes to like bioluminescence and like it's kind of subsurface scattering type stuff. But it will require you to change your line art habits. Well, it will require you to not rely on your line art, basically. Just like everything I'm doing right now, coloring outside the lights. So, yes. I feel like if you have this crazy curly red hair, then like you just gotta go crazy with it. You just gotta. Okay. So something like that. It's a little bit more texture, a little bit more volume, not so constrained by the line art. Also, one more sub is the gold number. Oh shit, is it really? You're right. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they don't want to push them in fear of ruining it, but if it's been working on something for weeks, it's like kick to the gut. True. No, I know exactly what the feeling is like. Mushrooms are bastards too. Oh my gosh. Well, for the mushrooms, when it comes, I mean, the mushrooms, I like this one actually a lot back here. But when it comes to like glowy mushrooms and stuff, let's see if I can remember how to do this. I'm gonna like try and give advice and then it will turn out terrible. Hopefully not, but we'll see. Let's try it with just the top and see if I can get it right. Actually, I'll just pull up a bioluminescent mushroom and look at it. How about that? Bioluminescence mushroom. Okay. Image. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Well, okay, that's not exactly what I thought. All right, so basically, I think that you're on the right track. But I think to get the mushrooms looking really glowy and like bioluminescence, you might want to lighten your line art and add a little bit of like a soft outer edge. I think that helps a lot. And then when it comes to bioluminescent mushrooms, they also tend to be lighter underneath the cap and then darker on the stem. This is nitpicky and like just like the general idea of bioluminescent mushrooms. So I think that using something like a lasso, drawing out your shape with the lasso and then using a soft brush on the edges is like a pretty easy way to kind of get this soft gradient for something like this. Hadoa lines. Hadoa. I love how this looks easy and I think, yeah, I can take this all on board tomorrow, will be great. And then I remember I can't get a face to look like a face and I'm just caught up in watching a pro. No, I mean, look, so the thing about these critiques is that like I'm trying to give a couple pieces of advice that I hope will be helpful for, you know, that person and where they're at. And, you know, technically it would be actually really easy to sit and like continue painting on a piece until like, oh, it's up to a polish level of like, you know, until it's like done basically, and be like, oh yeah, I totally repainted your whole painting for you. Like it would be really easy to get caught up in doing that. But I actually don't think that's super helpful. Like it might be kind of helpful, but I think what's actually more helpful is just giving a couple pieces of advice that I think someone can focus on. If I give too much advice, it can be a little overwhelming, I think. So I guess my advice to everyone, more advice for you. If you are watching trying to like, you know, take it all in and you want to apply every single thing, I think that oh my gosh, what? Thank you so much, Neno, for gifting that sub. Thank you. Really appreciate it. But anyway, I think that what is actually, if it feels overwhelming, if there's so much going on, so much new advice that you want to apply, just choose a couple things to focus on and work from there. If you try and change too much at once and apply too much at once, you might get lost. you know? It's happened to me before where I'm like, I want to change everything. And then, you know, it just feels like too much. One more thing I want to mention with this one, Neno. The eyes are really, really big, which is fine to have really big eyes. But I think that they're like extremely wide and they're like almost touching. So they're not only wide, but they're really close. I think it might help out your design if you bring them in a little bit or out a little bit. If you make them less wide, basically. Make them a little less wide. Hey! Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the tier 1 ElKayote. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. 69 is gone. No! Oh no. Might need to download part of the VOD to save some of your advice. Hello everyone, how are the critiques going? I hope they're going well. No, nitpick all the way. I'm taking notes. Oh my gosh. One thing my tutor said to me in the past is like my lines used to look like stiff and needed to loosen up. Oh yeah. Loosening up. I mean, I'm too loose when I draw, to be honest. That's why I look like I'm a 2-year-old drawing most of the time. That's like if your parents do your homework for you. Yeah, exactly. I feel you completely. I've had feedback before and I was like, no, now how do I change the whole thing again? Is the Mad Uki emote gone? I can't see it anymore. Wait, you can't see it? Really? What? This one? Oh, okay, you found it. But yes, so what you guys, thank you. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you for the sub. You guys know, or wait. Oh, wait. No, it's ElKayote. Thank you so much for gifting that sub. I really appreciate it. I am actually so poor. I am actually so poor after last week not streaming that I only was able to eat a plain potato for dinner today. So poor. Only a potato was in my pantry. So your subs are greatly appreciated. Okay, so what was I getting at? Oh yes. I am new here, but how often do you do like critique streams? This is our first one, so I don't know how often we will do them. It depends on if people really like them or not. If it's like content people are actually into. It's not, I'm a lot less like chatty with chat when we do this kind of stream. And so, I don't know. I know there's a lot of people who really are here like to like hang out and chat a lot. So maybe those people aren't very happy with the critique stream. But maybe it can be a thing we do like every once in a while. Oh wow, your stream was recommended to me? What is this sorcery? Recommended? Yeah, was lazy and didn't buy groceries. Now you can have 2 potatoes. Thank you. I very much appreciate that I can eat 2 potatoes now. You ate everything in your pantry. Sounds greedy. What? Should have saved half. You guys are not sympathetic to my plight. This is your stream, shush your face. Once a month might be, let's see. This is the most useful thing I've seen in a while. Really? Once a month might be good. And about her eyes, I was going for the eyes. I could do more expressions since I want to make a comic with her. Yeah. I think it's good to have large eyes for your expressive characters. That's good. But I think bringing them so that the corners were so close they were almost touching. I think bring them out a little bit, like just make them a little bit, I would anyway, make them a little bit like less wide. And I think you can still get definitely a full range of expressions. it's just bringing the corners a little bit wider, or oh gosh, what is, I don't know. Wide, not wide? Yes. Anyway. Yep. But yeah, I think this is cool. I think that this is like a cool scene actually. Okay. So for your other piece, this one was more of like a standard portrait. I hear a cat puking outside my office door. It wouldn't be a stream without it. Okay. Well, I'm gonna give you a cheater trick in Clip Studio. I think you can technically do this in Procreate as well. I've seen it done, but I haven't tried it myself. Yes, I'm gonna give you a cheater trick. So, new file. Tool, symmetrical ruler. I'm mostly doing this to check on a couple things, because I think the eyes might not be symmetrical. So, let's look. So the head is actually pretty good. It's a little bit squished on one side, but it's really close. But I think the eyes might be not the same level. Yes, okay. Yeah, so one of the eyes is a little bit further out than the other. And I mean, this is like a tiny, tiny bit off. Very, very small. But you can see how they're not quite lined up. So maybe what I will do is actually just duplicate this layer. And then we'll grab this eye and scoot it over. There we go. Now it's more lined up. And then the nose, another cheater trick. Okay, so something you have going on with the shadows, sorry, I'm getting right into the shadows, but I'm noticing it as I'm working on the nose. You kind of have it looking like her nose is facing up, kind of like this. No, it's kind of weird. It's like facing down, but then at the same time facing up. Like it's shaded like it's facing up, but it's actually facing down in the shape. So, I think basically you need to decide what the shape of the nose is gonna be. So if we go with the shape of the part of it facing down like this, I think you need to move the ball of the nose down. Like that. I'm gonna temporarily let the oh, saving. Okay. Chris, a reminder to use your words properly. Impossible. Impossible. Also, do you only critique characters like humanoids, or could you do creature animals as well? Just curious, as I don't tend to draw like humanoid characters. I could do my best at like critiquing other types of content, like characters and stuff, especially if you're wanting me to critique like lighting or, you know, something like that. But I will admit that like characters are kind of my bread and butter. So that's where I'm most useful. Cheat sheet. Poor kitty. I am personally enjoying this a lot. I would also be interested in seeing before and afters of these posted somewhere. It's cool to see the suggestions side by side. Yeah. Totally. You're finding this useful? Good. Sorry about my spelling. Sorry, I'm reading chat backwards yet again. I do have a bad head at the moment. I'm on my phone too, and sometimes typing is hard. No worries. I haven't noticed. I'm terrible at spelling on the best of days. Okay, so let's get back to this. So yes, the nose was, yeah, I think that's better. It is a little bit lower now that I made that shape though. So I think that's about on my part. I think that probably I need to scoot it up. Okay. So I like a lot of what you have going on with this character. I think that I also really like a lot of like the shading that you have started on this character, but it's all like super duper soft. So I think you have like a really good base, but it just requires you to like push it a little bit more and define. It's a good opportunity to like carve out the shapes of your character, if that makes sense. So like the face plane shapes. Wow, my words really are, I'm having a hard time. Very difficult time with the words today. You have a good start with the soft overall shadows, but now you need to come in and start defining a bit more, have a little bit more of like the hard edges so that it doesn't look too airbrushed. This feels very retro. The music, not the character. Boom, boom. It would be cool to see what you do with it. This is amazing. Hards are words. Yeah, I got stuck and couldn't grasp how to render to finish. Oh, to the finish line. Oh, okay, I see. Oh my goodness! Mira is raiding with a party of 18 viewers. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing? We're doing some critiques today. Hope you had a lovely stream. What were you working on? Also, hello, I'm Krissa. I'm a 2D game artist and animator for my job. On the side, I do some illustrations. Today is a little bit different. We're working on some paintovers for some wonderful patrons. I'm struggling with my words today as well. Welcome in. Hello. Oh, you missed the message before the one I said. It will make more sense. Oh yeah. What? Oh, let's see. I have only done one character and it's recent, and it's an Oni skin design for Dead by Daylight. I don't have much time left to work on it though. It's due before the 6th of April. Oh, okay. Yes, it makes more sense now. Oh my gosh. On the red panda tattoo design. Ooh, nice. Nice to see you here and loving your helping some art critique. Thank you. I like it, but I don't think the neck is kind of on the long side. We haven't gotten to the neck. Maybe. I don't think the neck is on the long side. I think it's just a little bit skinny. But yeah, we've been talking a little bit about the shadows and stuff right now. But Mira, if you want to share what you were working on, or you want to share your Instagram or something, feel free. I think Emiko can give you a link permit if you want. Just let us know. I liked long necks. You know, I was noticing the other day, you guys, when I draw a character that has like a turtleneck, I make their neck so freaking long without realizing it. I only recently looked at this sticker and realized, holy crap, her neck is so freaking long. I did not realize that I drew her neck so long. Wait, can I post the link? Emiko, you can do, let's see, can you, no. Emiko, you can do a permit, exclamation permit, and then I think username. Thanks for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Okay. So another thing that I think is going on with the shadows is a very cool shadows, which I think is nice, actually. Super cool shadows. But I think they could be like even more impactful if you did the thing where it's like, you know, once you kind of have it rendered out to a place where you kind of like it, if you do like an overlay with some nice reds for the core shadow. Except this is all in shadow, so it technically wouldn't be over there. Oh my goodness, Dakari Art is raiding the double raid. Raiding with a party of 6. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. Hope you had a lovely stream. Oh my gosh. Do I do the intro all over again? I think you, let's see. I think you might have to. Hello, hello. I think you have to do the @ symbol before the username. Hello, hello everybody. How was your stream? What were you working on? So good to see you. Today we are doing, I'll just do this quick little intro again. Today we're doing some Paintover critique stuff for some wonderful supporters. You seem to be good at the critique stuff. It's a skill. Thanks. I don't know if I'm good at it. I don't do it super often. Well, this is actually our first critique stream. So I guess, yeah. I mean, sometimes I do paintovers, but not usually live. Not usually live. Look at that. Popping in highlights is always pretty nice. Is it still not working? Oh wait, no, it is working now. I think, yes. Stream elements. Okay. So, yes. Neno, I think that probably gives you a lot to focus on, actually. So, with your other piece, since you do a lot of characters that have really curly hair, I think try and free yourself from sticking only to the line art and think about the hair as like kind of blobby, bulbousy volumes to add, add dimension to it. And then when it comes to your really soft shading, you have a really good base, but try and take it beyond that and start adding a little bit more like hard, like planes of the face. Like look at planes of the face and try and add a little bit more like hard lines. Not completely hard, but like just so it's not all like airbrushed. I think those are probably some good things to focus on. Cool. Cool. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's all good. All right. Nice, Kimmy. I can tell that you've definitely like leveled up with this piece. I really like the highlights you have going on in the hair. Super cool. You're saving up for a Wacom tablet? Hell yes. So nice. So nice. Okay. Let's talk about yeah, okay. Let's go into lighting. Let's go into lighting. So, I think that the lighting you have going on here is pretty good, but I would say you can push it. Just like everybody else. So, I would recommend Too broke for a Wacom? Huan squad. Lighting down. Okay. So I think that this piece could probably benefit from again thinking about the big shapes, like the big round shape of the face or the head and how it like curves around. If that makes sense. I said around about 5 times. So just adding a little bit of that to help, yeah, to help the side of the face feel a little bit more like it's going into the shadow back there as it curves. Lighting is hard. It's so hard. I know. Go crazy with it, Kimmy. Exactly. Be more bold. She's going to say totally. So ham. Go ham. Yes. Same with, yeah, I think that you can darken some of the, oh, I think we're saving right now. Come on, okay. Some of the areas that, even the areas that are not curving around, like think about the shadow under the eyebrow. I think back here can be darker. I also think that the shape of the nose might be a little bit off. I think that you can bring, if you think about the ball of the nose. And then the nostril. Nostrils tend to be really dark. So I think you can darken the nostril. And then actually lighten a little bit here. And then carving here so that you can kind of see the bridge of her nose a little bit, how it curves. And her nose would probably have a little bit of a cast shadow at least. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I didn't think about the like darker shadows. The old one I mean was from 2018. So you're, wait, let's see. I think I missed something. Oh, okay, never mind. Time to drench this piece in shadows. I think that's probably the main takeaway from this critique stream, you guys, is like shadows, though. Shadows, though. Damn, you made this instantly better. Damn. I mean, I don't know. I hope it will be helpful. I am always worried I'm gonna make one worse. So I think you did a really, really good job with the lips. Something that I really like to do, especially if the lips, like if the character is smiling a little bit, this is like a hack, okay? This is a hack, you guys. It's a hack that I use every time and it works fabulous. Okay, so I like to add just a tiny little shadow in the on top of the corner of the mouth. So like right here, tiny shadow. And then tiny highlight. Okay. It doesn't have to be intense, this one. But just a little bit, it adds a little bit of the indent to the cheek that the smile gives. Trista teaches us a lot of cheats today. It's cheat day, cheating lecture. Look, that's basically all I do. If I've learned anything, it's how to cheat when it comes to art. It's what I do. Especially for my day job. I swear, most of the art that I'm doing at work is like a bunch of cheats. Because you're trying to save as much time as possible. You know? It's just cheating all day, every day. Okay, I'm adding a little bit more highlight to her forehead. Cheating all day, every day. All day, every day. Okay, so now that I added this like soft light, it's a little bit too airbrushy in my preference, so I will erase just a little bit of it to add a little bit of a hardness. To a couple spots, just so it doesn't feel quite so airbrushy and smooth. And then I don't know if that worked out very well though. Okay, and then her neck, I think that you can I think that her neck will all be in shadow actually. I think you would be good to just put it all in shadow, make it all darker. And then that way it's also not distracting the eye from her face. There's not like this bright spot down here that's drawing your eye away from her face. If you just make that darker. I don't know if that's the right color of a shadow, but you get the idea. Her ear, well, this is personal preference, actually, but I like to add a little bit of redness to the ears. Nice. Okay, so I know you were talking a little bit about the armor earlier, and I think you actually did a pretty good job with the armor, especially with the highlights. I think they're pretty cool. But something I was mentioning before about armor, and this is another reason why I kind of brought it up in your stream, was the background color. Armor and metal. I know it's not like this in the game because of the style they have. Her armor looks very plasticky in the actual game. But if you're going for like legit metal armor, it will reflect a lot of the colors around it. So I'm just gonna go through and start like picking colors around her. Like right now I'm grabbing a lot from her hair. You're gonna see a lot of these reds and oranges reflected in her armor, and I'm using an overlay layer right now. Yeah, I tried to look at WoW references. You like that yellow reflection? Your hair is pretty, thanks. And they say cheaters never prosper, because Krissa proves us wrong. True. The way Krissa smudges the skin is so satisfying. Still cannot find the right brush for it. Are you using Clip Studio? I just use the smooth watercolor brush. And then the background, I see you went with not a blue background. So the background, I think you can, it's just gonna reflect some of this like darker brown. And then the yellow, I think will actually, you can have it reflect in the armor as well. There's a teacher on Schoolism who would know exactly how all of this armor and metal would reflect. He would like do all of the calculations in his head and it would be like crazy technical and amazing. For me, I get super overwhelmed, and so literally I'm just kind of going around and like, you know, picking colors and laying them down kind of in a way that I think looks kind of nice. I just bought Clip Studio, but I haven't switched over yet because I'm afraid of learning curve. Oh, okay, wait. But you've been using Photoshop? A kilo. Can we use you as reference? Yeah, if you want. You're raging about the background. I'm not raging. I'm going to bed. Sorry, but I can't. I don't want to smash. No, it's okay, Neno. Go to bed. I don't want you to like break your computer with your skull. Have a good night. Would you be uploading those overpaints to YouTube? Yes, I will. Can we use your art as reference? Yeah, you can. Totally. Wowzers, you're still on. I am. What time is it? It's only 12:30. I was away in a distant land for 6 hours. Wait, you were in a distant land? Triggered. Very interesting point about armor. Kind of obvious when you think about it, yet a good lesson to remember. Yeah, it's something I realized, and it kind of changed my life. But no, it's a small thing that's like pretty easy to do, and it makes a difference. So it's pretty nice. But it does kind of depend on the style you're going for, because yeah, if you're going for like exactly the style of the game, it looks a lot more like plastic than actual armor. If you're going for more like a metal texture that's reflective, then you can add more of the colors surrounding it in. Ooh, and you have this blue color here. That's nice. I think I will actually pop in more of this blue color just because I think it looks good. It looks good. Cool. Cool. You know, if you think about it as well, hair is the same way. It's actually quite reflective, especially like really kind of silky straight hair tends to be very reflective. So if you, for example, if you look at like straight black hair, it will reflect a lot of the colors surrounding it. I'm kind of wondering what it would look like to actually put a little bit of like this blue, not in her hair, but like, I just want to see what it would look like in this kind of under part. I think probably it won't work, but interesting to try. Yeah. So if you ever feel like it's too much, I mean, you can always like take it down just to kind of give it a little bit of the reflectivity if you want. And then I know you're going for a more painterly style. Since you're going for a more painterly style and you're kind of avoiding the line art, I think that like ambient occlusion shadows are something you might want to start getting familiar with, because that will like help bring in the darks in like the edges of things. So for example, this little piece of hardware and her hair. And then I'm actually going to, yeah, let's switch it to a multiply. And again, I'm gonna use just kind of a soft brush. So it's kind of like this. And then erasing when I do too much. It's not really necessary for like super stylized pieces, but if you were trying to go for a little bit more like 3D-ish painted, it's something to start trying to practice. It makes stuff look like it's resting on top of other things, like this resting on top of her head. Ambient occlusion shadow, yeah. Skin can also be very reflective, which is both fascinating and frustrating. True, it can. Especially darker skin tones can be extremely reflective. We were actually talking about this earlier. It's really cool. All right, heading to bed. Thanks for the really cozy, inspiring stream. Thanks for hanging out, Moon. Have a great night. You too. Have a good night. And again, if sorry if I have missed a bunch of chat and I haven't been as chatty and like responsive. It's because we be focusing on these critiques. No sorries, we don't take it. Clip Studio is the best program, better than Photoshop. I agree. I'm totally on the Clip Studio train. Totally. Okay. Yeah, I think that probably her nose actually even needs a little bit more shadow. Oh, we're saving. Okay. Now that I'm looking at it a bit more, and maybe even a little bit of a little bit more color. Not all noses are red, but you know, it tends to be how I draw noses, is I add a lot of like red pop. Same, I have used Photoshop for photography for 8 years, and I think Clip Studio is best. K-Strain, thanks so much for following. Welcome in. I like Photoshop better, but Clip Studio doesn't crash or use as much RAM. It's true, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe you just haven't played with Clip Studio as much. I don't know. I'm definitely on the Clip Studio train, and it's also nice that it doesn't crash as much. It's like a win-win for in my opinion. Okay. I think, what is this color you have going on in the eye whites? What is this color you have going on in the eye whites, Kimmy? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. White? Okay. So, usually you don't want to be using pure white for your eye whites. Usually you want to be using a little bit of more of a gray. And I'll show you why actually. Well, okay, so if you look at photos, people's eye whites are not usually white, of course. But also, check this out. When you use a darker color for the eye white, it actually makes the eye highlight pop so much more. Because you go like pure white or whatever. And it lets you make the eyes look a little bit more like actually wet. Today I learn. Yes. And then I think that you can actually increase the darkness of the shadows you have going on here too. Do you use the vector function for outlining in the beginning? Always has advantages and disadvantages. I do not usually. I do not. I used to use the vector layers for outlining and stuff for my art, but no, not anymore. I work in pretty large file sizes, so I don't feel like I really need to. It also I think it takes more power. I've totally gotten into the boat of like, if I ever need to change something, it's actually easier for me to just like paint over it rather than trying to adjust like vector lines. So I was thinking, because the character's hair and most of her was orange hue, that maybe it might look nicer or more appealing if the background color was something that was either a complementary color. I think Kimmy tried a bunch of background colors and she ended up on this color. So like, I think that this background color is pretty cool. Obviously it should be gray. The clue's in the name. Eye whites. Clue. Do you use the, let's see. So what color are eye whites? If not white, we have deceived ourselves in naming them eye whites. So yeah, usually the eye white color is actually more of, at least how I draw it, and if you were to color pick, it's usually more of like a grayish pinkish color. This is usually kind of the color you're looking for when it comes to eye whites. Yep. But I feel like I had something else. I can't remember what it was though. Oh, yes. So I think that this is a style choice. So take it or leave it. Take it or leave it. But you know, I love rosy cheeks. And I just kind of love emphasizing. This came from when I went to Italy and I was looking at the paintings that were like on the ceiling, and I noticed how beautiful and rosy cheeks, noses, ears, knees, all those kinds of things were painted. And I loved it. Like, it was so appealing to me. But it does kind of make her look a little bit like she's cold. But this can also go in for the core shadow over here. Like, I think that actually looks pretty nice. It might be a little over the top, but I think you get the idea. Cool, cool, cool. And ears. Boom, 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 boom. What do you think? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. White is just gray above your dynamic range. Yeah, I went with something more like this because it matches the Overwatch character and style. Maybe a complementary color would have been good, actually. Yeah, maybe. I mean, you could try it. Let's see. This might not be perfect. Oh no. Okay, I have an idea, actually. Don't worry, you guys. I know you're scared. Don't be scared, though. I'm just using it as a mask. Don't be scared. Let's see. So this is just a gradient map, and we can kind of just test the waters of what she would look like with a different background color. Honestly, she looks pretty good on like everything. Blue, since I didn't know what to do with it. Interesting, I love vectors because everything in my work often has to be rearranged, but they always look a bit unnatural. I couldn't get the down color right for the cheeks, but I agree 100%, makes it look so nice. Hey, oh my goodness, Rosie Scribbles, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So good to see you here. Thank you. I know you're all saying it's great, but have you enjoyed this stream versus your usual ones? Me? Okay, I will be honest with you, this stream, it's a lot harder, doing critique streams, for me anyway. It's tougher. I feel, I don't want to like hurt people's feelings, and like, sometimes I'm not sure if the advice I'm giving is good advice, and it just takes a lot more like energy and focus from me. So like, it's not something I would do all the time, but it's something I'm open to doing again, you know, every once in a while. If that, yeah. It does look more dreamy. Can you show the before/after of the mods? They were very subtle on this one. Yes, 1 second. So close, yet so far with the lasso tool. Ruined. The blue though. Why did it, well, don't be scared. Yes, you're amazing, girl. Thank you, Rosie. Your art looking too photogenic. Okay, so let me show you guys the, I think maybe I actually painted on top of the layer. So let me actually grab, oops. Let me grab it. come on now. Come on. There we go. Hello. There she is. Let's see if I can get her lined up. Oh. Okay. Yes, so this is before and this is after. So yeah, pretty subtle. That's the thing, is this was actually already super good. So the changes I made were pretty, like, yeah, pretty subtle. Like, it was already really far. I think you're doing an amazing job. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can you show us your layers? Would interest me. Yes, sure. Oh, sorry. I'll move it in OBS. Yeah. So the layers I have going on for this one are I have the base painting, and then this is the gradient map. What is this layer? Oh, it's the eye highlight. It's very small. This is when I was showing the ambient occlusion stuff. This is the overlay for the armor. This is the shadows and yeah, it's the multiply, it's the shadows. And then this is the overlay with the red, like, core shadow and nose. So cute. Kept the same feel. I mean, yeah, it should, right? I can see it, definitely a little more depth in the face with the added shading. OMG, it's been a year. It's been a year, come on. Come on, Jay. Thank you so much for the sub for 12 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. All right, you guys. So I think that's the last one, actually. We made it through. Oh my gosh, actually. Like, almost perfect timing. We made it through all of the critiques. I can't even believe it, to be honest. I thought we wouldn't make it. I thought we wouldn't make it. Oh, wow. Even with Kimmy's last minute submission. Yes, made it through the wilderness. I hope it was helpful. Thank you so much for amazing. Really found today's stream so damn helpful. I'm glad. I'm glad it was helpful. Good job. Thank you. Maybe for the last little bit,